that's fine. I hope you got your thinking cap ready. I hope everyone has their. What'd you say, honey? I'm gonna have to pull everything. I'm gonna have to pull everything out of the book to get to figure this one out. Case 5 of most games is usually the hardest case, and it's also where everything wraps up. Huh?
I got you.
So in other words, this could be a bit rough. So make sure you have your thinking caps ready.
Ow.
All right. So anyway. So honey, are you excited?
Yeah.
Are you excited because you want to know what happens in the 5th case? It's gonna be good. Alright, I will catch you on the stream, okay, honey?
Mm-hmm.
Love you.
Oh, you too.
Boop.
Come here.
I'll be ready to go in a minute, guys. Just give me a sec. All right. Is everybody ready? Can I get a big loud objection?
It's showtime.
Hey there, everyone. Why is my sound not working? Oh, wait. I know how to fix this. It happens all the damn time. Let's see. That's weird. Hold on a second. Am I the only one not hearing this? Hold on. I think my... It's also not showing up on my TV. swear to God, this. I tell you, if it's not one thing, it's another with this. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Anyway, hey there everyone, I'm Make a Steak here, and welcome back to more Ace Attorney Chronicles. Now, we have finally made it to the end of the first Great Ace Attorney game. Remember, there are 2 games in this one, so we're basically going to be halfway through this entire game. Yeah, basically Arcane. Anyway, so the main thing right now is that we are going to be doing the final case of game 1. That's what the stream is all about. And I'm doing it today because in case the case gets a little too long, and that does happen more often than not, that the final case is also the longest. So yeah. So if it's starting to get late and it doesn't seem like the end is in sight, I will call it and I'll be doing the rest tomorrow. So that's what's going to happen. But hopefully it might not. Either way, I'm excited to finally get to case 5. And with that, showtime. Continue. The Hound of the Baskervilles. The adventure of the unspeakable story.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical Hound of the Baskervilles.
This is a Holmes story that I've heard of. I've never read it. Yeah, that's the thing. I have never read it. I have heard of the Hound of the Baskervilles. It's a well-known Sherlock Holmes story. So I'm actually excited to get through this because the Hound of the Baskervilles, it has been referenced. It was even parodied by Chippendale Rescue Rangers of all things. Yeah, who remembers that one? It's the first Holmes story. Okay, so yeah. This is why I'm actually really excited to get through this too, because yeah, I've never watched the Hound of the Baskervilles or read it, so I'm excited to see how this goes. But yeah, in case anyone's wondering, before I continue, yes, there was in the 90s an episode of Chippendale Rescue Rangers. Let's see if I can't. Let's see. It was called. Here it is. The Pound of the Baskervilles. It it is the 8th episode of Chippendale Rescue Rangers. That one is a bit of a mystery. It's basically all about the Rescue Rangers trying to find the will of this guy, trying to find the will of this guy's uncle, but to show that he actually inherited the mansion that this guy, I guess is his cousin, basically took over once their uncle passed away. And yeah, like basically it was all about finding the will and showing it that legally this guy was the one who actually inherited the mansion and not his cousin. And they did have to get the help of the dog there. So yeah. I can't remember it too well because it's been really long time. Back when I was a kid. But yeah. So yeah, if anyone has Disney Plus though, it is on Disney Plus. Chippendale Rescue Rangers Episode 8. Yeah, but that's the thing though, Colin. This is why wills are very necessary, because it's basically to show that legally everything that this person owned has been passed down to this person. Because if you don't, then the bank can literally just take everything that you had because you died. But yeah, that's why wills are very important, to show that the person who owned this land is legally transferring it to this other person, and that's what a will. Yeah, they can take and sell, and that's why wills are very important. Oh. Hey, Floofy. Long time no see. I mean, I guess so. If no one else has any objections, just yeah. Was not expecting you to come back here. That caught me a bit off guard. Anyway. Alright. Then, yes, you can, Floofy. Anyway. Let's see. Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country. I don't want to picture that, Floofy, but anyway. Like that, I'm gonna say that right now. Now, you could stay as long as you keep those. As long as you keep any dark things out of here, please. That's all I ask. Let's keep it lighthearted, okay? Anyway. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country, and in Soseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court. Which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that faithful telegram. Hey, he's made himself a nice home in here. That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone... Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susato-san? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, you've never played Ace Attorney? Yeah, it's basically mystery games. Honestly. Yeah, basically it's all about solving mysteries, but instead of just solving mysteries, you have to present just solving mysteries by just finding clues. You have to present evidence in court and defend someone while also figuring out what happened. It's actually pretty fun. But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down to Mr. Sholm's suite? She does, doesn't she? Here we go again. I get you're getting antsy. Let's see. No kidding, Ron. Whew. Let's see. So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean. Sorry, but you're not going to get away with that. She probably has a pocket in that sleeve. That's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. Alright, I understand. I suppose Saseki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? A fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him. Do you remember? Complaining of seasickness. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Yeah, I see a Daruma doll on the back. I wonder what goal he made before he dotted that left eye. I was just wondering, what might have become of Saseki-san had he stayed in London, that's all. Yeah, I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case. What is it they say? That no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London. Yes, but at least Soseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means... Even if that's the case, it's a little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. No idea, Colin. If the legend of the Reaper... Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants. Oh? Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So it's just been me who's had to face him in his recent spate of trials then. Ugh, just my luck. Sorry, what was that? Let's see. All I have is my armband. Okay. Well. Oh, so we see what's going on? Sholmes Suite. Iris! Iris... What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled. Ah, that's what I thought. Well, a little bit, Arcane, in terms of she is hiding that telegram. I thought it was Holmes practicing his violin, but yeah, you're not kidding. His violin playing is not very good today. Hey, Sholmes, is something wrong? You seem really down today. Good morning. Whoa, okay, Sholmes, what's gotten into you? Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before... Okay, what's gotten into him? Kitty! Hello, kitty. Oh, look. It's Wugga. It's Wugga. Man, where's my girlfriend? I know she'd be losing her mind over this. Hello. Hello. That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. How did it get there? I knew something looked different. Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. Wait, where's that giant contraption that was on that before? Look at Mr. Sholmes' desk. It's completely clear. Isn't that enormous machine usually on it? That's scarily plausible, actually. What's VR? Oh yes, the letters V and R inscribed on the wall. And bullet holes. Isn't it the initials of the Queen or something? Super, but perhaps there are some things the great detective does that you don't need to copy. I like her area. It's cute. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Iris doing much writing recently, but there's paper already set up in the typewriter. Look, as if she's about to start. Ah, yes, Mr. Natsume. Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled into his new home then.
Remember how tables used to be?
Oh shit.
Do you remember how tables used to be? They were like, well, they were.
To you.
Yeah. They were, they would barely get on sometimes. But,
Did that fit on easily?
yeah.
Is Kathy home?
No.
You should tell her when you... Well, no, she'll
Also,
at least be proud.
stairs.
Huh?
I also got up the stairs. It hurt on the last 2 steps, but
Did you put your stuff in the washer?
yes,
Okay, good.
everything's in the washer.
Alright.
Might be a bit tight, but I better.
Alright.
Like, it's not overflowing. I didn't have to pack it in,
Yeah.
but I might need a little extra time.
Alright.
That's all.
Alright.
But I just wanted to,
Oh, yeah, that's great.
show that they don't feel that tight.
That's good. So you are losing weight. Or at least you're slimming down, at the very least. I expect he would have taken him if he could, but pets are strictly forbidden on board steamships in our experience. Yes, he is. Meow. Yes, he really is. Oh yeah, what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from? Hmm? What? What is that? Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap? She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl. Now, I need to talk to Mr. Sholmes. What has gotten into him? You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What's wrong? It would? Oh dear. Don't worry, I'm sure it'll come back to you in time. Oh dear. Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? Man, he's just having a bad morning right now. It's kind of hard not to miss it. You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you? Sorry? It's at a Windy Bang? It's at a pawn shop? You mean you've pawned that enormous machine of yours? It is? Doesn't sound ordinary at all. Oh, what's to understand exactly? It's from what I'm getting, it sounds like you had to sell your machines to pay the bills or something. What did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? So, loaning, basically. It's basically a trade. Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain? Very interesting. Oh dear. Whoa! Wagahi? What the hell? What the heck was that sound? Oh no! No! What's he doing to it? Oh dear. What? Oh man, he's really down. Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. So this is the violin, is it? Oh, I see. It doesn't really look anything special to me. How honorable of you. Oh dear. What? What do you mean? What do you mean, Mr. Sato? What? Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? Don't we have a picture of it? Alright, Floofy. Well, thanks for stopping by. What? Not your faithful performing partner, then. Maybe that's why he... Maybe that's why his performing has been off today. You do, Iris? Sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened if we ask her. What do you mean? What did you mean by a mix-up, Iris? Not Mr. Shom's beloved music partner. Hmm? So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hope that it would experience personal growth? No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Okay then. So we should just go to the pawnbroker then and get his real violin. Sorry? But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. Alright, say no more. Let's go then. Oh, thanks, Iris. As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker's looks like. The fire's burning comfortingly in the grate again today. It's a very different feeling to a Japanese hibachi somehow. Is that supposed to mean something to me? I just got an achievement for that too. Let's see. These are all mementos of Mr. Sholm's past cases, I think. If you'd involved in my case, I wonder if the beef steak from La Carnival would be on display here. It looks like an untidy assortment of junk to me, rather like what's on my own shelves. No favoritism there at all. Alright, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the pawnbrokery. So this is a British pawnbrokery. Susato-san, and that spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like these. Oh, right. And clearly Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Well, yes, we are potential customers after all. So you're Mr. Windibank, huh? What are you doing with that? Hey! Hey! No, you will not perform seppuku! Don't think that will be necessary, do you? What? Oh dear. No! Stop, my dear fellow! Duh! It's either laugh or cry, I suppose. Anyway. Oh? Oh, shoot. Hey, no! Can we please just talk about this like civilized adults? Please! Wow, Susato-san is really fired up now. Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? Oh, this is all very strange. I wonder, could I ask you something? Oh, sorry? I mean, her kimono is pretty. Okay. I am not familiar with British currency. I'm gonna say that right now. So I don't know how much 5 guineas is. Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, you know what? That's actually fair. That's a fair business. It's basically, I will store this for you for up to 2 months, but if you don't pay me the fee of me actually keeping this for you, then it's up for sale for whoever wants it. Because you know, he's got to get that money back somehow. So that's a fair business. That's a fair trade. Some interesting stuff he's got on his shelf. Says the man who was telling us all it was a good day to die only this morning. Oh, what sort of measures? A red-handed recorder. What was that deep sigh about? But yeah, what do you guys think of his business? I actually need to check something. I will be right back. I will be right back. Sorry, I had to take care of something. Let's see. Just making sure. All right. All right. I cannot waste any more time. Let's continue. Oh, dear. Guys, can you still see my stream? Can you guys still see my stream? Okay, good. You know what? Yeah, I'm not gonna risk it. Okay, here we go. Now, what's a red-handed recorder? What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Oh, really? Really? That's extraordinary. What's wrong? Oh, shoot. I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt. Sorry? That's not really what I meant. Oh, boy. Might as well. He'd have to be. Otherwise, he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble. Which might explain the thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. This revolver here. Hmm? Jesus. Oh my. Hey, what? There seems to be a little door hidden behind that curtain there. Recommended or not, it's not something I tend to do. Something to keep in mind, I guess. And the prime suspect of this pawnbroker he's ever burgled. What is this? What now? What is this? A music box? But it's so big! Yes, let's. I've never heard anything like it before in my life. That was nice. That was really nice. Yeah, it does. Anyway, let's take a look. Now, what's here? What does that really mean, though? Hey, Al, what's up? If not, he's free to display it in his shop for sale. Oh yeah, now you've explained it, I'm noticing little price tags on everything. Oh, okay. So if you do pay his fee, you can ask him. You can ask him to keep it safe for a little while longer. My treasured university uniform? Never! It embodies my student spirit! Now what is this? It seems that I have two little windows for looking through. Alright. Hmm? What do you mean? Ah! Oh, alright then. It needs to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. Oh. What the? I don't believe it. It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Oh, it's a 3D image. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, I feel like that would take a bit. We're doing fine, Al. How are you doing, man? Now, what is this? I have no idea. What's this? We're going to open it, aren't we? Oh! Which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. What? Us? Nothing. No, nothing at all. What does this device is? It seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something similar to this elsewhere. Is that a stereoscopic camera? It's April 15th. That's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? It's April 15th right now. Okay. And who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. If you say you need to repay your loan by this date, yeah, it would make sense that you would need to keep an eye on what day it is. Huh? Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter. Hey! Wait, don't we... I'm sure I know you. It's the thief! Gina Lestrade. Gordon Bennett. Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? He's really done it. He's gone. He's really done it. He's gone. What is that thing he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc? So Sato-san can really stand her ground when she wants to. So, what are you trying to sell? Somehow, I didn't really think you were the sort of person who would use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade. No, not at all. It's just that, well... Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines, yes. Alright then, I'm just gonna come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? The disc that Mr. Windibank is holding? Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this. Mr. Windibank? Looks like a music disc. I was right! The music box? I know what a music box is. I've just never seen one of these discs before. Ah, I see. He? Who? I see. So, is there something dubious? Sorry. Is there something dubious about the disc she brought in today? Sorry? What do you mean? A storage ticket? Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious. Oh, that black it's that black jacket. I did notice that she wasn't wearing that before. I know what everyone else noticed that she wasn't wearing that before, right? Oh. I see. I'm confused. I thought you said that Miss Lestre brought in a storage ticket today. Right, so she already got what she was storing here. For this heavy black coat, which you returned to her care, as I had understood it. Oh, you mean... I see. For quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think. It doesn't really appear to be your size, though. Yeah, this is definitely all rather suspicious. But if she had the ticket and she paid it... What the... Well, who's this picture postcard English gentleman? What? Yes, it is. I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Yet again. What? Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman. Yes, brilliant! What? Why don't you ask their names? Huh? Like, I feel like that would be important to know what belongs to what person. You'd think that would be important. Why don't you... See, this is how stuff like this happens. Because you don't write down who it belongs to. Blah. But why not? I get that. Yeah, but... Oh? The watchword. A watchword? Interesting. So, about these watchwords, Mr. Wendabank. That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it? Yeah, well... I see. So it's basically a password. And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article? Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, sorry, yes. We're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. You might be thinking of somewhere else. What was that theatrical gesticulation about? Oh, of course, yes. I'm Ryonosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. Benedict? Edgar You're certainly as white as an egg! Capcom loves their name puns, don't they? He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks. But that name is, suspicious. Mm-hmm. Another disc? What? Gina! It's because of all those sharp little bumps. The man must have scratched his finger on them. Me? Miss Lestrade, why is this so important to her? A metal disc used to play music in a mechanical music box. What do I do now? How am I going to resolve this? Oh god. Okay. I need to consult my girlfriend because I'm like, I don't know what to do here. Do I just take it or give it back? Honey, what do I do? Do I give it? Do I take this disc or give it back? Because Gina seems really, really adamant about hanging on to it. Wait, are you not watching it? Oh, in terms of sleep? Well, I don't know what to do right now. What are you? Well, if you fall asleep, I understand. You... About what? What's wrong? Obviously, you're not. If it's about that person, I understand. Just don't let it ruin your day. That's the thing. You cleaned up before you even came in, so it's like, don't let it ruin your day. I get that, but still, just please, just try to ignore it. Alright? It's not worth getting around about. If she comes back, then you can do what you want. That's all I ever. That's all I ever need. Try to do a chat, okay? I understand. I love you very much. Hello. Well, she doesn't know. I guess she missed something. But yeah, I don't know what to do here. I'm gonna say this right now, guys. I don't know what to do right now. Miss Lestrade is really looking daggers at the mysterious gentleman. We need to do something to calm things down before she loses control and attacks him again. Mr. Windibank is clearly at a loss here. We have to do something about this before he reaches for that revolver of his. Look at those piercing eyes. He's clearly in no mood to talk. We have to do something quickly before this mysterious gentleman leaves to fetch the police or something. Maybe we should... What the... It's for McGilded. McGilded? It couldn't be. Why? Why is his name on this? Look at all the little bumps on the disc. They're so tiny. Yes, the blood of the mysterious Egbert Benedict. Ow! Just thinking about it hurts. Puts me off eating radish. Swinbank, watching diligently over shop. There are still so many things I'm curious about. I don't really feel like this is the right time to be browsing. And I'm fairly certain that we can find just the great thing we need among the articles here in the shop. Mr. Sholmes, a little assistance here. What are you examining with such keen interest there? As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. Sorry? Then why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know. You really were sad, weren't you? He's having a really bad day. Probably quite a bit. It seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of inspiration. But who knows if it will help to resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here? Alright. Alright, let's hear your opinion then, Mr. Sholmes. Whoa! Harsh! Mm-hmm. Oh? He's turned as white as a hard-boiled egg! It's never flawless. Logic and reasoning spectacular. The game is afoot. Alright. The mystery man's aim. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this prawn brokery today. You claim to follow this pickpocketer having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. Oh? I feel by that what you hold in your hand. In the first place, is the staff recruitment flyer? No, that can't be it. And is a staff wanted advertisement for your shop? Yeah, even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employee. There's some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane which you unwittingly clutched to your person. An incontrovertible contradiction. Tweak is, of course. No, it's the initials. I just noticed it. Is something wrong? Let's see, mainly, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? So he is right. That's not a cane then. The handle. It's not the handle. Demands such a stout handle. This is no wonky cane. Here, let's take it. Let's continue. Expose the details of the crime you have in the planning. Huh? His glance. And your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What will motivate... Council notice on the counter. I think I looked at something else. I think it's time to... I think he went way off course right now. Mr. Sholmes. Was it true what you said about the bang over the road and what it has in the vault? And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windibank will. He already has plenty of shovels here after all. Yes. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, let's listen to that great deduction again and see if we can't massage it into shape. Alright, run it back. Course correction. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured into this pawn brokery today. Claim to follow this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. But what you hold in your hand. What brought you to this shop in the first place is the... down on the middle of the floor. Sorry, I missed that part. No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is, where? What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? Huh? Hold on. What's that? I don't believe it! Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade. Height, 5'2". Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel. Ragged. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade. There's even a sketch of her, hat and all. Although, if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure. Which is today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of that piece of paper? Is the shop in the first place is the... Take that! Take that! Info about Miss Lestrade. Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Into the pickpocket, and to Mr. Windibank's pawn brokery. You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today. By which I mean, here to win the bank's pawnbrokery, and today, the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So, you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. And there's some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit. There's some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly clutched to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What you speak is, of course, what's a ferrule? The bit that makes a nice clanking sound on the pavement. But it doesn't actually look broken, does it? In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know. Look here, Miss Susato. There's some letters on the handle. So Herlock Sholmes be HS. What you mean? AG? I just feel as though that's not quite right. Take that! The contradiction is the initialing. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initialing. What did you say, Mr. Egbert Benedict? We're led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet, in a most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed. You said before that you've had that cane for years. So don't try to tell us you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. You've withheld your true name. Huh? Rico, is something wrong? Rico, let's see. What is the truth behind this rod you bear? The handle which you never... is the... No. Let's consider the bare bones of what's happened here. Miss Lestrade redeemed that fine-looking overcoat, and now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name, and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. I actually did... So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. The way he's recoiling... Hey! The seam split! So it is. Yeah, that's what I thought I heard of. If you look closely, it does seem to be a very tight fit. The sleeves are stretched to bursting, and he wouldn't have a hope of fastening it at the front. If he were to run around in it, I'm sure the whole thing would fall apart. Sorry? Oh, she's really giving this some thought. Right there! Take that! The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. And for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Windibank. In other words, that coat isn't yours. Imagine has been considerably curtailed. Yes. So then, what great crime is he trying to do? So the elaborate crime you have in the planning. Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Miss Benedict. Huh? Let us consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword relating to the pawn property of another. The method is revealed by... The deduction must change rather drastically now. Yes, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers, which is a pity because it all sounded rather exciting. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Or, looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Windibank would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? What's that word? What is that notelet? Look at this, Mr. Sato. Let's see, what does it say? Hey, goddess. Long time no see. Professor. Mr. Windibank must make a note of the watchwords his customers give him, right before their eyes. And an alarmingly clear script as well. And so... Take that! The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yeah, we married on Mabinogi. Hopefully it'll be for real someday. Anyway. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down the response uttered on a notelet he has to hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. Oh, Wow, Goddess, thanks for the follow. Aaron, that you were present in the shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Windibank. When the diligent broker made a note of the watchword, as is his common practice, you observed him writing the word professor on the notelet beside the ledger. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawn article from the young Miss Lestrade. At last, the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. Actually, you had a very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, the article we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc that was in one of the pockets. And yet this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why? Could we? Really? All the evidence we've collected. Take that! You see... this music box disc tells us all we need to know. It reads, for Mr. McGilded. Mr. Magnus McGilded, the unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, though his loan-mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you've squished yourself into. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. Elementary. Who's that? The quarter guy's raiding us. Hey, thanks so much, pal. Thanks so much for the raid, man. I really do appreciate that. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances. Well, today is 15th of April, so 2 months ago today. What? But that suggests it was precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. Oh shit! If that's the case... what do I do? There are some things a man must protect at all costs. This may well be one of those things. Then again, it may not. Huh? Mr. Windibank! Mr. Windibank, no! Oh, thank God the police are here. Inspector Gregson! Who says there's never a cop when you need one? Yeah. What? What on earth is the case, Inspector? What's going on? Yeah. So... What? He's getting away! Oh, he must have pressed the button when he pulled the gun. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, of course. As evidence? And so, we handed Mr. McGilded's disc over to Inspector Gregson, and were summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. Okay, now the plot really thickens. Baker Street. Giving up people look like you hate them. I can't help feeling that it's going to get you into serious trouble one day. Oh. But Mr. Windibank said it was practically worthless. Can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now and taking a statement from Mr. Windibank. Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Okay, now she's really pushing her luck. This is... Oh, there she goes. Oh dear. I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Sorry? Oh! Alright. I don't think there's anything else going on right now, so I think it's time to head home. Iris! Good afternoon, Iris. Busy as always? Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you? Those little eyes of her shining. Wow, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. Oh, yes, that does sound like fun. By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Sorry? I don't know how to respond to that. Yes, I see. Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Let's think of it. I wonder where her real parents are. Oh, no, it's nothing. How? How did you... Ugh. This girl is dangerous. So, by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGildy case 2 months ago, right? She still has it, too. Aw, okay, that's cute. Oh dear. Oh. Interesting idea, friendship. I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? Poor Hurley. I just hope she does actually come. Well, it has crossed my mind, yes. That, and where are your real parents? Oh, no. Death from childbirth. Oh. Wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley? Hello, Zanaga. She didn't mention that before. Really? He recorded them all? So Mr. Shum's partner was your father? So Iris's father was Mr. Shum's partner. I see. It must have done. Oh? Right. Say that again. was his father. Distant man. And is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. Oh no. Hold on. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right. Visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Ume University. And the man who, in the most bizarre circumstances, lost his life just before. Miss Susato, perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. Ah! Yay! We've been with you for most of the day. No? Hey, it's a music box disc. What? Then what's it doing here? You stole it? Right. Okay, I'm just gonna pretend this conversation never happened, I think. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you did. But I still don't understand. That's amazing! The disc and all the minuscule protrusions have made an image in the caramel. Son of a gun! Son of a gun. Okay. Now I'm impressed. Yes, it sounds illegal. No idea. No, I'm afraid not. Ah. What? What do you mean? That would be a problem, wouldn't it? Ah, I see. So that's why. But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? What?! Yes, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Mr. McGilda perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows, still now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence remained. With the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilda's innocence in the trial, the murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGilda was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Shums. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker. Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholm's latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom, were his words, I believe. Caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now. Baskerville? Wait. Oh, thank you. Are you okay?
Yeah.
You look tired.
Well, I've been out in the sun all day.
Okay. Iris, how did you... Not Iris, sorry. So, Miss Susato, how did you know what it was called? I don't think they ever mentioned it. I feel like an icy chill just swept through the room. That's because Mr. Sato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course. What? I don't understand. So that's why the manuscript is at Windibanks. What is it, Mr. Sholmes? Hello, Miss Lestrade. Hey, come back! No, wait, no, Miss Lestrade. We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? Meddlesome it is, then. Kitty! Wagahi! That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholmes' violin performance was in no way meddlesome. Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. Well, that was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? And I feel as though I could still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now. What's the matter, Susato-san? Oh, right, the one that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose. What? Summon? What do you mean? Lord Chief Justice. When? What? Then we have to start preparing at once. Alone? What on earth for? What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Hmm? Oh, who could that be? Iris! Ah, Iris. Hello again. Oh, Gina. You mean all those pickpocketing techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So, what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? Oh wait, what? That's mine! Oh yes, I'd forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius. Thank you. Yes, good night. It seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about. Yeah, I suppose she probably does. What's going on here? Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though. think of it. I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Maybe we should ask her. Iris, this Hound of the Baskerville story. I take it that it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts? Oh? How? There must be a serious reason then. And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windibank, isn't it? I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. Like, usually Mr. Sholmes is... I'm sure you guys have noticed, but Mr. Sholmes is not very good at keeping secrets. But, so if it's a secret he actually really wants to keep, then... Well, then it's gotta be a serious one. What? I don't think so. I've realized that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I see. You do it for the thrill of it, don't you? I see that. After hearing that, I feel like I'm about to cry, guys. Gina, what did you mean when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. Gina or Gina? I'll say Gina. Let's see. Iris. Sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult, but deep down, she's still just a child. I want to know how she knows about the Hound of the Baskervilles, but I think I'm gonna leave that for now. Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris's father, but also the name of the murdered visiting professor at UMA University. It can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. Gina? Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? Over an hour? Oh. What's this about? Huh? Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night? Mr. Windibanks. Oh no! Can't have gone. Sorry? Oh, no. No, not really. Oh. Miss Susato! The door to Winterbanks. It's open! It must be Gina, mustn't it? What? Right. There's no one here. Gah! Gah! What the? Has he been shot? But... Right! Blast! I lost him! Huh? Officer, come with me! It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes! He's been shot! With the policeman close behind me, I ran back to Winterbanks.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Narado.
Okay. How bad is it?
Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door.
Okay, he doesn't look too bad.
In the storeroom.
Huh?
Hurry!
Right. It's locked. Okay. Huh? Huh?
It's Gina!
It's Gina! Oh no. Shit. Mr. Winterbank, he's dead. And Gina is the one. Gina's the one holding. Gina's holding the one holding the gun. We all know that gun's planted on her, right? We all know that. Right? She's a pickpocket. She's not a killer. Anyway, I'll be right back. I gotta take care of a couple things, but after that, we will continue. So, break time. I might need the heavy duty, yes.
Okay, okay.
This?
Gosh, look at the supply.
I'm gonna need one after this headache of a case.
Yeah.
This case is alright, I can put it in the dryer.
I appreciate it. Oh, there.
It should be done in 70 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe 80.
Okay.
Anyway, so yeah, honey, I'm definitely gonna need some aspirin after this because there are so many questions about my head. I'll get the crutches again. What am I gonna do with you?
No, I'm fine. I don't need the crutches. Oh, you're not tender at all, I swear. Oh.
What am I gonna do with you, hon?
Hey, me. Ow. Love me. Ouch.
I'm in front of my computer.
Alright.
Just
That's why I said all of the above.
hmm?
I'm just gonna say all of the above. Keep me, love me, and
Everything else, yes. But yeah, honey, I'm definitely gonna need your support now that you got your internet back. Because this case is gonna give me a headache. I'm not even kidding. This case is gonna give me a headache. Being loafed on by who?
what do you think?
Either your kid or your cats.
It's the foot fetish.
It's your foot fetish. I love that. Anyway,
What?
that's funny. It's funny.
Well, it's true.
Anyway, I'm gonna need your help.
It's true. I mean, Mars knows I'm talking about him. I'm like, oh, jeez, Mr. Foot Fetish, here we go.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna get back to this case, but
Yes, Al, I know you heard me.
all right. So, but yeah, I'm gonna need your help for this case because I'm like, ugh, I need my Watson.
I guess that makes you Holmes, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I love you, honey.
You too.
Boop. Whatever happened to summer of anime? I was planning to do that. In all honesty, I was planning to do it all, but then so many things happened today. So many things happened, including this game, and I guess it just kind of got pushed to the wayside. I'm still gonna do other anime games, but yeah, I will admit it didn't really happen like I was hoping it would. Anyway. God. I will, Al. Behind that door, in the storeroom. It's Gina! From that moment, Windibank's pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn before I was allowed back to my lodgings at 221B. a.m. in April. Oh yes, we just wanted the policeman to have it sent. It was just simply impossible to come back. Poor Iris, she's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. And I'll explain everything that I know. Yes, I'm afraid so. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windibank is dead. He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning. You did? When we entered Windibanks in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out onto the street and I chased after them, but they got away. I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment. They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. Gina. Well, the thing is... I know! None of us think she did it! I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do. No! No! I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead, Iris. The thing is, Mr. Windibank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. And the storeroom door was locked from the inside. But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well. And according to the detectives who investigated afterwards... Yeah, exactly. How did you know? Yeah, the only explanation indeed. What can I say? I'm damned if I agree, damned if I don't. I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to the hospital this morning. Well, yes, it is, honey. Also, hi. When we entered Windibank's, a gun was fired and he took a bullet. It's all right. His life isn't in danger. He's at St. Sinner's. They're attending to him there. I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't. No, I mean, nobody could see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see. It was the two thugs who were in Mr. Windibank's shop. They shot at Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After that, I ran out into the street, but, well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I let them get away. Sorry? Oh, Iris. If they have to operate, then I guess the bullet must be inside of Sholmes right now. She's still at the police station. I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while. I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. And Miss Susato stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later. Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector and Gregson agreed to me leaving early. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again, Iris. There's not much I could do at the moment. But I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder. But I don't want to leave her all alone here either. Alright then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me. Gina's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. Ah, I can see you're ready for action. I imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. I think we should go see how Mr. Sholmes is doing. I'm pretty sure everyone else would like to see how he's doing. No, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she? I'm not so sure about that. Baby or not, there's no question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholmes suffered. Hello? What are we? If that's how you see us, sure. Extensive? Oh no. The anesthetic isn't working. He's fine. I see. Thank you, Constable. Maybe we should leave and come back later then. Let's go see Gina then. Hello, Gina. They let her keep that? Hey! I wish she wouldn't point it at me all the time, though. I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you. Sorry? She couldn't be staring at me any more obviously if she tried. I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender away? Dear. Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could... Will you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night at the pawnbroker's. Is that really why you broke into the place? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? What did you mean before, Gina, when you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you've told are? Maybe we can help. It's a cat. A photographic print of a really adorable cat. Damn it. I can't get her to talk. Look on the back of this print here. There's something written on it. 13th of February. Article deposited 1 small box. Paid 10 shillings. Redemption deadline 13th of April. So this photographic print is a redemption ticket? A small box. That doesn't tell us much about it, does it? Ah, yeah! If it's something Mr. McGill had deposited, we need to investigate. I've learned that anything you get should be examined, and this is why I. Let's see. I mean, appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket, 10 shillings, and the receipt of the above mentioned article or articles. On it very innately, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so had to use anything he had to hand. It's hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side now. Interesting. Well then, everybody, shall we investigate the crime scene? That's right. These thugs I told you were obviously ransacking the place looking for valuables. No, you're right about that, actually. I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals, all dressed in black. It was a joke! Oh, Spectre. Good morning. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. What? I mean, I know I've seen this before. 4 in case 3, or was it 4? I think it was 4. Either way, just yeah, exactly, Colin. It's like he's just putty in her hands. What the heck? Treats her like a princess, I swear. Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change. Oh, what? I don't even recognize him like this. Well, before I start talking, it's time to let's examine. The first thing that I want to examine is what the hell happened here. Let's see. Oh, but we were hoping to investigate. Fine. Oh, okay. You know what? That has been a problem in the That has been a problem in Ace Attorney before. That sometimes the police will not let you investigate unless they see you have a reason to investigate, and usually that's the point. That's the reason. Yeah, I remember that there have been a couple times where it's like you needed to show that the defendant has asked you to represent them, and that the police will usually let you investigate. Accused. Darn. Looks like presenting the detective here with the correct paperwork is the only way. Sadly, she won't let me. So I'm sorry, guys. It looks like I'm not going to be able to investigate the crime scene until Gina will actually let me help her. So, how's the investigation going, Inspector? Gina, you're going to charge her? Damn, she's good! Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. So you've arrested the 2 men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison? Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition? An artery in his stomach? Uh-oh. Honey, how serious is that? Let's see. He lost a fair bit of blood. Oh shit. So like when it first happened, he wasn't too bad. Yeah, it didn't seem like it was that bad of a shot. But I guess now he's starting to bleed out. Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know. We'd better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector. Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. Oh. What did you write about the inspector, Iris? Well, crap! Honey, okay, before we move on with this, honey, apparently when Sholmes got shot, it looks like the bullet hit an artery in his midriff. How bad is that? How bad is that kind of injury? Like they said he lost a fair bit of blood. But he is being operated on right now. He's in surgery. Oh, that's amazing. Wow. I see. That would do it. I see. T total. Yeah, what is it? So, well, honey, they said in the first hour it seemed like he was all right. Like they said that within the first hour he seemed to be fine, but it looks like he's been bleeding the whole time. So now they're operating on him to stop the bleeding. An important message? I wonder what it could be. Are you... Let's see. Depends on where the bullet hit once it entered Chum's body. If any organs got hit as well. Are you going to tell me what this important message is then, Inspector? Oh. At the station, she being questioned, I believe. Head off? Where? Oh yeah, she did mention that. I'd forgotten about that. Oh, okay. I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. She didn't tell me. But I'd better head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her right away. Yeah. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. How so? Maybe it thinks the same about you. There they are. Susato-san and Lord Strongheart. Wait, what did he just say? You returned to your homeland. Susato-san! What was all that about? What's all this about? Why were you talking about Miss Susato's return to her homeland? And tomorrow? Okay, I need to know what's going on. Mr. Sato, what's all this about? That's not what I asked! What happened? Why are you leaving? Professor Mikotoba? I don't believe it. Yes, absolutely. I can't believe this is happening. This is bad. I was formally charged a few hours ago, and the date of the trial has already been set for tomorrow. Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart? Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Alright. There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart. It's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her. Sorry? She did mention that. Why would she do that? Yes, thank you. Good day. What a day. Gina charged with murder, Susato-san about to leave, and Sholmes in the hospital. I'm all out of friends right now. Thank you, Mr. Sato. That's a very pensive look. If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll just have to do what I can, as a lawyer. Oh, again. To have the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in our faces yet again, obviously. Damn. Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is this something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? The one in which Magnus McGilda was acquitted? The case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? You lied. Will you tell us about it now? On your testimony, Mr. McGilda was declared innocent. I have Mr. McGill discovered you? You had his blood on your hands? In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw through the skylight. I thought we established that. What do you mean? Threatened you how? Gina, you must tell me what he swore to you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. What you saw. You said Mr. McGilden made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw. But you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? A disc? Do you mean... So the music box disc was there on the floor of the omnibus? So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago, at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. Well, you don't have to worry about making that promise now. He's dead. Presumably that was Mr. McGilden getting on board. Oh? Mr. Thrice fired Mason. That's what he said. Whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness and I always succumb to it. Let's see. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. What? What were they talking about? So Mr. McGilden was lying, as I suspected. Yeah, some Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. A favor? A nearby pawnbroker! You mean on Baker Street? Oh dear. This is big. What were Mr. McGilda's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean. There's more? I'm after sending the coachman on a little errand for me with some small change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all? Anything at all? Aye. The fiend's taking me overcoat to deposit with the pawnbroker hereabouts. And I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? That's right, and I'll come fetch it for me later, sometime within the next 2 months. You're to hang on to it till then, is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it! And in case I might happen to be delayed at all, you're to go to the pawn shop, win the bank, so it is, and you're to extend the loan afore the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited and any old fiend could come along and buy it. Here's £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now, if you go against me. Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I've no doubt. Aye. They'll come asking you to take the stand in court, to testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it that you might say, and what it is that you won't? Sorry, I have Irish on my father's side, and honestly, when am I going to be able to really stretch that side of me, huh? After you... So McGilda planned it and coerced Gina into giving a false testimony. Shit. So he was guilty. Oh, shit. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor. Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. That's why I want to investigate. For Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything. Something like that. Mr. Sato? The paperwork signed by Gina to put me in charge of her defense. Showing this to Scotland Yard detectives gains us access to the crime scene. Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the scene at Windibanks now. I feel like we finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. And now I have her representation papers. No one else knows just what a responsibility that is. Honey, it looks like Mr. McGill did. I think he did actually commit the murder in the case 3. Because Gina just told us that she was lying on the witness stand about what she'd seen and heard. She was threatened by Mr. McGilded about what to say and what not. Anyway, for now it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Windibanks. Although something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. Yeah, he's dead now. Still makes me wonder who killed him. I'm gonna say this right now. If I don't get to the courtroom before 10 p.m., I'm gonna call it there. Because this is already part 4. I started a little bit before 4, and it's 8 now. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. And to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. I'm actually fine. Hello again. Oh, I like that. I like the sound of that. I hope so, honey. I really do. Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime then? Yeah, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windibank and Gina. Will you be investigating in the storeroom as well, Inspector? That must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before. Yes, sir. Alright, let's investigate. Now I can finally examine what the hell this is. Ah, look here! Presumably, Mr. Windibank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. And it's got blood on it. Sorry? He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even do it once! Yeah, let's take a look. What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? Suspicious red stain on the calendar. What? I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. Yes, what a scientific observation. Oh no, what is that scary looking thing? Why did... Oh! The color of the bloodstain has changed! Yeah, I think I'm starting to understand. Okay. Nice. So, whose blood are we looking at then? It's more like two flashes, really, isn't it? Either way. Blood samples. Green blood. It just seems wrong somehow. I wonder what color my blood will turn out. Actually, I don't want to know. This officer's been staring intently at the wall since before we came in here. Oh, sorry. Stuck here? What do you mean? They really have a tough time, the British police. No, I suppose not. I'm fairly sure it was the calendar he was peering at. I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are. Well, I'm not confident I could get it closed again. Really? This is a stereoscope? Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. But for that, he used the great big contraption over there. I wonder if I can make money out of these in Japan. It would be keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway. This is that strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as if they're right in front of your eyes. It makes you think. When Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. Yes, it's a really strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example? Oh, it's just, well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole, but when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you own them. Even that horse statue. Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan. It's a beautiful sun, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. There's the article ledger here, and Mr. Windibank's notes, and... What is this? It looks as though someone has left a little photographic print behind. Uh. 15th February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited one gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid £1. Redemption deadline 15th of April. A gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1? Clearly it was a very fine coat. In fact, I think... and is still wearing, which belonged to Mr. McGilded. I never would have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. But this photograph of a cat looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else recently. Of course! I was forgetting that she gave us that print. Alright, let the cogs turn. Yes, they're no, not exactly. A secret? What does she mean? Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. So Iris, about these two photographic prints, the ones we found here on Mr. Winterbank's counter, and the one Gina gave us before. It looks like the cat moved. What is this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between these two identical prints? Sorry? Not exactly. The cat's moved. I think so. It's very subtle though. No, I don't. Ah, a stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word before recently? Ah, yeah, of course. That magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch. What? Really? She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene. Alright. Well, I just opened them and it works. Alright, Zanaga. 2 eyes. Shocking. Oh, I've noticed that before. I'm pretty sure all of us have seen that once or twice. My brain really is amazing, isn't it? Does so much without telling me. I see. So, if you could persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'd be able to see depth in these prints. And a stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that? You can? Really? So Sato-san really loves this kind of thing. Cross my eyes? I think I can. Wonderful. Not exactly an easy task, but two people are staring at you cross-eyed. I'm just gonna have to give it a try, I suppose. Ah. I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt. Like this, is it? Oh, that's too hard for me. They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. It's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. But if these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. Stereoscopic pictures. I'd never even heard of them until yesterday. We certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. I feel as though I've... just like this one. Anyway, we better... Anyway, let's take a look at the desk again. Oh. Oh, that's hard on your eyes. That ledger that's open on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? It must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items to pawn. But clearly Mr. Windibank was very careful when it came to the articles in his care. Police are scouring every inch of this place by the look of it. Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. Crime in a pawnbroker's. Ugh. Must be every policeman's worst nightmare. Yep. Well, I think it's time to take a look in the back. Behind that... Yes, that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. Through the little window in the door. Yeah, that it looks like Mr. Windabank face down on the floor with Gina beside him. It looks like the bullet hole is on his left side then, and that's where your heart is. Yeah, of course. And we will. Behind that door. That's the real scene of the crime. Windabank. Poor Iris. She's climbed up completely. Wait, Inspector! You took one look at me and tried to run away. So you weren't running away from me. You were running away from a 10-year-old. Probably. I'm pretty sure it would be, Al. I don't think that went very well. Yes. I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. And inquire into how Mr. Shum's operation is going. But first, let's take a look. The police have marked the position of the body within a chalk line. It was through his heart. This must be his blood, then. Good. Then whose blood is that? Then whose blood is on that calendar? Very suspicious. Very curious. Iris? Absolutely. Honey, add that to the record for me, would you? Because now I have another mystery on my hands. Whose blood is that on the calendar? I think we should take a look at this. This is a revolver. Hey, Ryan. So there's a lot you missed, honestly. But yeah, just there's a lot to talk about, Ryan, but this is the scene of a murder. And I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windebeck with this yesterday, didn't we? Must be the same gun. Last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. One sec. Eye drops. Look at all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them. Pieces of different people's lives, quietly gathering dust in here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policemen shuffling around. Not your fault. That chest being opened, Bob. Out of all the articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any signs of being ransacked. What is it, Iris? Oh, shoot! Iris's unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this... Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Really? Because that's not a very well hidden frown. A long, unpublished story that Mr. Sholmes deposited at the pawnbrokery of the victim, Mr. Windibank. It's entitled The Hound of the Baskervilles. Yes, it is, Ryan. I have noticed. Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wonder if Susato-san had picked up on that. Well, in that case... Iris! Now, what does this one say? This is the ticket that Gina brought in here yesterday. And the other redemption ticket was in the pocket of that coat. Could that have anything to do with all this? So this is the second of the two photographic prints of the cat. It really does look like Wagahai. Looks exactly the same as the first photograph at first glance. I suppose that's what's so compelling. Actually, now we have both pictures. I could have another go at viewing them as a stereoscopic image. That's why as I try to get the two kids to merge in the middle as one. It's such a hard thing to do. Whoever thought of this in the first place must have spent a long time staring. Name unknown. Let's see. Nothing unusual about it. The Hound of the Baskervilles. How did Susato-san know the exact title of this unpublished story? I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. Hey guys, do you see anything unusual about this manuscript? Cause I don't. And it is signed by Iris Wilson. No, I don't see anything either. Nothing unusual about it. No, I need to converse with him now. Alright. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? Iris, could you lend me a hand? And shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door to the storm was found locked from the inside. So it was locked from the inside. Quite right, man. Quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in, as humbly as possible. Exactly, Ryan. As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thuswise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the... yeah, Gina. This girl was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. Yeah, I saw that too. Presumably, it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. Yeah. Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. Still, this doesn't look good for Gina. Oh yeah, how's Sholmes doing? Out with this man! The whole body anesthetized? Is that even possible? Okay. Took an hour. He was shot, Ryan. 2 people were in here, were here in the store, and when we walked in, he got shot. Thankfully, I don't think any vital organs got hit, but I think it did nick an artery as it passed through his stomach. Oh, he's out cold. No one knows if the anesthetic's still in his system or if he's just exhausted. Hey, honey, could that actually happen though? That once the anesthesia is out of your system, you won't wake up because you're so tired, and it just. Anyway, all they could do is stand back and watch until he comes round. Okay, so the operation's done and everything, but he's just out. I see, honey. I remember also getting a bit of anesthesia when I had my colonoscopy. But my thing is that that I woke up a little bit after they were done. What a surprise! Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. I'm sorry, Ryan. You will eventually, honey. You will eventually. You needn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable. No. I didn't mean it like that. And even if I did, you wouldn't have bitten her ladyship's head off, would you? Mr. Gridson, could you give me your opinion about this, do you think? You don't mind sharing that, then? I would say it's from a gloved finger, almost certainly a glove made of leather. Let's see. It's purple. Look at that. Hey, honey, make a note of that. That's not from one of the that's not from a blood we've seen yet. Well, this particular stain of blood. I think I do. Yes, I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color term, but with a little deduction. Alright, I believe that this is the blood of... It would thrice fired Mason. Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case, and of course I'd never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice fired, though. I bet you're wondering, okay, so guys, how do you think I arrived at that conclusion? No, it's a little bit of deduction. It's quite simple, really. Yeah, it is quite simple, really. The thing is... Exactly, Jay. Gina... Now there is another explanation, and that Mr. McGill was wearing gloves as well. Because it's not a complete fingerprint, but it's a glove print. But either way, it had like either Mr. McGill did put that ticket into his. Either Mr. McGill did got blood on that ticket, or it had, or Gina had it from having blood on her hands. Either way, though, I think this is his blood. Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Windibanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at that time. Alright, honey. Yes, he was. Yes. What good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. It certainly does look like a leather-gloved thumbprint, this mark. But we know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time, anywhere on his body. From which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yeah, it's gotta be Mr. Mason's blood. Alright. Alright. Mr. Soames said he deposited it at Windibanks, and he had. I'm afraid I have no idea. All you could do is wait until he's ready to tell you, I suppose. Yes, maybe. I wish I could say that definitely isn't the reason, but I can't. Gina doesn't appear to be here. What is it, Iris? Why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse. Oh. You had me worried there. I thought it was a great deduction. Oh. Oh dear. Well, in the safe situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would have just thrown his head back and guffawed. Well, anyway, it looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. We should try to make progress with our investigation in the meantime. Hmm. Inspector, what do you make of this? Oh, actually, no, it's not. No, I didn't mean to, It seems that Mr. McGill in fact had another article in storage here at Wildebanks. Yeah, I think we... Oh, good. Because he's ever so easy to talk to. Let's see. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilder's overcoat. Yes, there was more than just a music box disc, it seems. A small box. This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector. Oh no. Yes, the shelves in the front. We must search them at once. This is getting old. Whoa! I doubt he set it out to scare anyone. Oh? Really? Did I say that? In that case, we'd better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. Gina. Ah, Gina. Good. You're back. Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate at Windibanks. Simply, Ryan, she was the only one in the room, and she had the gun in her hand. Gina, we came to ask for your final decision. About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you, or not? She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. But I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know now why you broke into Windibanks that night. Looks like I'm gonna have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason and thrust it in Gina's face. Or I can present it to her calmly, I suppose. Take that. We found this in Mr. Windibank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story. Curiously, the storeroom at Windibanks showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like, with one exception. The box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Why don't you tell us what happened, please? So, you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. When I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you said the night before. Grown-ups do all... What's in that? Believe me. Mm-hmm. You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective, so much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner? Hello, Kuzan Chow. Welcome to the stream, dude. Make yourself at home. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there, on both sleeves of that overcoat, are some very suspicious red stains. I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. Those stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina, they're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So could it be blood that spattered from Mr. Windibank when he was shot last night? Wait. Guys, that's purple! What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood! Of course. The black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now! I knew it. Yeah, as soon as I saw that, I knew that was the final piece of the puzzle. That's why he asked to take that coat over. Right, Kuzen Chow? But yeah, guys, because remember whose overcoat that is. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilded's overcoat. This is in his testimony. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. Those stains couldn't have arisen from McGilda trying to pull the victim to his feet. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over Mr. McGilda's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. I've tried to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. That horrible case is solved at last, and I helped the man walk free from that trial. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen? I believed, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to, because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. Exactly, Cousine Chow. Also, I hope you're enjoying the stream so far. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie, which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief? Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there could be no victory without faith. What's funny, Gina? Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. A lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. do. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. Gina's taken herself to the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think. Mr. Sato? What? Inspector? If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. After hours? Is it that late already? Okay, that's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Lord Strongheart? Okay, that's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mr. Sato. And so our investigation came to an end. Susato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susato-san would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. What about you, Susato-san? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes. Gina was arrested. All on the back of the news that her father had fallen ill and that she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. I know exactly what you mean. One final task. I'm so sorry, Susato-san. I know I've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel like I've learned something. It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities. And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we see only a small number of the total facets. And what is illuminated is only a part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on for as long as we live. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much, but I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear. That all the facets will be illuminated and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. Sorry? What? Do you know what time you will leave London in the morning? I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Sorry? Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but... You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? What is that? Some huge bundle of documents. The McGilded case. With everything else she's had to think about, Susato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. Thank you so much, Susato-san. I'll do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there. Susato-san, Wait! There's something I need to say. Huh? What? Ow! What was that for? Shut down. It truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us, and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes, and as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. I'm glad he's up. I'm glad he's okay. The trial. God, it's already 9:30. It's been 6 hours since I really started. To everyone who's here, I want you to vote right now. Should I try to get through the trial tonight? Or do you think I should leave the trial for tomorrow? Because it's already 9:30 where I am, and I just now got to the trial. I'm not sure, Ryan. I'm not sure about that. I know I can go for another few hours, but it is ultimately up to you guys. Arcane says to do the trial tomorrow. That's what I was thinking too, but you guys are the reason why I stream this. It is ultimately up to you. If you want to keep it all in one section, then I am probably going to have to save it for tomorrow. And if I do... It's not what I'm asking, Ryan. Well, what does everyone else say? What does everyone else say? Do you think I should try to continue with at least some of the trial tonight? Because I have no idea how long it is, but the investigation itself was 6 hours. And I don't know how long the trial is going to be. That's my point. And I don't want to keep... And I honestly don't want to keep everyone up until, like, 3 a.m. Jay says save it for another stream. Arcane says save it. Save it tomorrow. Honey says save it for tomorrow. Colin says save it. Alright. Alright. I think it would be a good idea. In that case, I think that's going to be it for tonight then. So tomorrow tomorrow I will continue. I will do the trial portion of this case because yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to take a while for me to get through this. So yeah, so thank you everyone so much for watching. I hope everyone has been really enjoying my playthrough of the Ace Attorney Chronicles, and hope everyone looks forward to tomorrow when I do the trial version. When I do the trial section. But until then, everyone, I hope everyone's been enjoying this, and I hope everyone looks forward to the trial segment tomorrow, because honestly, I'm gonna have a hell of a fight on my hands proving Gina is innocent of shooting Mr. Windabank. So until then, everyone, get some rest. Get some rest. Make sure your brain gets plenty of sleep, and I hope that everyone looks forward to tomorrow when we get to the trial, because we're going to really need to use our brain power to figure this one out. So until then, everyone, I hope everyone's been enjoying, and I hope you look forward to it tomorrow. But until then, everyone, this is Omega Snake signing out, and I'll see you guys in court tomorrow. Get some sleep, everybody. It's going to be a rough day tomorrow. Good night, everybody. Also, it's actually not going to be a rough day, but it's going to be a long day tomorrow. So have a good night, everyone. Get some rest, and I'll see you in court tomorrow.